Zint, what's up? How you doing? You must really have nothing going on right now. So guess what time it is? It is random roll time. We're going to get some people in here. We're going to get some people in here and we're going to roll for a knife. Yeah, it's been getting real hot out here too. We've been getting into the 90s. I get in my truck to drive anywhere and the thermometer inside says like 102. I'm doing good, Zint. I'm doing good. Taking me some time off of work, taking advantage of that time off to do some live streams. Everything's going good. 13 through 16, that is going to be a fucking beast. That is our Ontario Rat 1.5 in Magna Cut. That is going to be an absolute bastard. But I figured I'd put some stakes on it. If we get the Magna Cut, we can do a hell of a live stream. And of course, this Magna Cut has also got the knives, I guess, on it. But who else we got in here? Give it about 5 more minutes to get some people in here. Joseph, what's up? How you doing? Holy cat, I haven't even carried the new Ozark Trail yet. Come on, dude. Dr. Dingus, what's up? How you doing? But no, I haven't even carried either one of the new Ozark Trails yet. Is that Limp Dixit? What's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, the Rat's a good knife. The Rat's a good knife. But that being said, I'm not looking forward to doing Magna Cut. This is the middle size version, man. This is the 1.5. Like we got the Rat 1 right here. And then we got the Rat 2 right here. Terrence Flood, what's up? How you doing? Well, we're going to be doing some edge retention testing today. Just in a few minutes, we get some people in here. We're going to roll the die, the D20 of Destiny, and see which one we're doing testing on. So if y'all want to put your guesses on which number we're going to hit, go for it. We will roll in about a minute and a half here. Y'all hit that like button for me if you'd be so kind. I would greatly appreciate it. Yes, this is a Pyrite Light. The last time we did AR RPM 9, the performance kind of sucked, so I want to give it another chance. And I do like the Pyrite Light. So you're thinking 9 through 12. We've got the Petrified Fish Beluga right here in K110, Bowler K110. Call that a knife? That's a knife. Really, if you want to do it right. You call that a knife? That's a knife. Yeah. I love the mayhem. I love the mayhem so much. Flow with Bo, what's up? Barney Rubble, what's up? I forgot to say hi. All right, let's go ahead and roll. Oh, my marker fell down. Let's go ahead and roll and see which one we're getting. So we got a call for the Rat 1.5, and we got a guess for the Petrified Fish Beluga. Bryson, what's up? I think you're the one that's producing the Glock switches, and you got confused. All right, so Barney Rubble's guessing the Concept Motto and S35 VN. So we got D2, we got AR RPM 9, we got Bowler K110, Magna Cut, and S35VIA, and CPM S35VIA, no less. We got a 19. All right, we're finally doing the concept. We're finally doing the concept. We have had the, yeah, Barney got her. Barney got her. We're finally doing this. We've had this sitting in the box for quite a while. It's been on the table quite a few times for random rolls. So, let's take a look and see where our edge is right now, how sharp she is right now before we start. That's reasonably sharp. A little bit rough, a little bit rough. All right. I do not have the work sharp knife with me. Come on, Zent, you saw that for like hours. HeatSeek VR, what's up? How you doing? Dylan, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Gnostic Warrior, what's up? No, I'm pretty sure you're the feds, and you got confused there for a second. Well, Zent, you know we don't strop anything. We run it how it sits. All right, so we got a guess for 180 from Barney. I'm going to guess it's over 200, but that's just me. Gnostic Warrior, I'll do it for 10 bucks. $266. All right. Let's test one more area. A little bit closer to the tip. Yeah, we're up over 200. Yeah, like, again, I don't understand the XP on the stream. I don't. All right, so we'll start this up in about 4 minutes here. For those of y'all that are new, what these numbers mean is we're probably going to be stopping and sharpening pretty early and then going back in again on a new edge. So I would look forward to 3 hours, maybe a little bit more of the Cardboard Slayer session, but we will see. Saints, what's up? How you doing, man? Jay Kershey, what's up? We haven't done the Albatross yet. The Albatross went in the box for the random roll because our schedule got so whacked out by me missing a week in the middle of everything. But Saints, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, so I mean, this thing, we're getting the button lock broken in. Let's see. I've gotten it to centrifugal open a whole bunch of times, but it ain't doing it right now. There we are. Alicia Parr, what's up? How you doing? Friday, what's up? Yeah, I've got some utility knives, but I don't know where they went. I really don't know where I put, because I've got a Milwaukee Fastback. I've got a Milwaukee Fastback, and I had it over here, but I don't know where it went. And of course, we got the button lock right here. But for you guys just getting here, we finally rolled. We did a random roll, and we finally got the concept. So we are definitely. There we are. See, it's opening. No, I haven't gotten a chance to carry the Valor for work yet. I was carrying the, I took a week off for mental health. I took a week off just to kind of get my head right and reset. So I haven't carried these yet. I'm actually going to start carrying this one. But like I still got the Cardboard Slayer results video to do on the Lander 2. I've got the cardboard pile over there. I got to do that. I've got a flashlight video to do. I got a couple other knives I want to hit. Like, I got a lot happening. There's a lot that's getting backed up on me. But yeah, like, utility blades aren't bad to carry, especially if you're in an environment where you're going to have to beat the edge up real bad. I don't have anything against them. All right. Let's get this show on the ROAD. And we pulled a 230 something to a 260 something on the edge tester to start off with. So we're starting kind of dull. Yeah, like Tontos, I don't mind a Tonto. It's just I don't like sharpening them. All right, Heatseek VR, we'll see you later. So I primarily use a Worksharp Precision Adjust Professional. But sometimes I'll freehand on a diamond plate when I want to practice. Yeah, like on a fixed angle, sharpening a Tonto is not too bad, but I still got to learn how to get that that transition right and get the edge bevels to properly match on both sides. But yeah, Barney, if you stick around for a while when it's time to sharpen, you'll see what I mean with the fixed angle system. I can get them stupid sharp. Yeah, I've never understood completely the thought process behind sending your knife off to a sharpener to have it done for you. Like, there are so many ways to do that now that have such a low skill ceiling. You know, there are so many ways to do it now that have such a low skill ceiling that it's like, just sharpen your own stuff. Like I bought the fixed angle sharpener before I started learning how to freehand. Yeah, I'll be honest, like my favorite part of dealing with knives is just carrying them and dicking around with them. You know, like, because I'm not a hard user. I don't get to hard use them. So a lot of it is carrying them, just flicking them open and closed. Like, Able Twin, what's up? How you doing? You know, stuff like that. Yeah, no, like I support guys that can make money sharpening professionally. Like I fully support that. You know, that's an honest hustle. As long as you're sending them back a knife with a good clean bevel that looks right and it's sharp, by all means, you know, get that paper. I fully support guys making money doing something like that. It's a service that people obviously want. You know, we got a professional sharpener that used to drop by here and hang out with us once in a while, but we ain't seen her in forever. I said I'm not against the idea. It's just for me personally, I can't justify spending the money to have someone do something like that, especially when I can buy something that, you know, for the cost of a handful of sharpenings, I can sharpen whatever I want, whenever I want, as sharp as it can possibly get, up to like 3,000 grit. Yeah, now that's a different beast entirely. Yeah, I don't know what goes into a manicure, I'll be honest, but like, you know, when you're sharpening industrial stuff and things like that, that's a different ballgame. That's where, like, you have to have a professional. No, we finally got the concept motto in our random roll. I haven't carried either of the new Ozarks yet. Trust me, y'all would see videos. Y'all would see videos up on them. Trying to catch that hype train while it's leaving the station. I said I think the difference, and I could be wrong here, but I think the difference between paying for a sharpener and paying for a manicure is you can't really buy a machine that does 90% of the manicure for you while you sit there. I could be wrong. Well, take that back. Yeah, the knife itself is nice enough, but the biggest gripe that I have is you look at the access to the thumb hole right here, and that's your only opening mechanism. That could have been designed better. Willie 9 Millie, what's up? We got CPM S35VN, my dude. And as I suspected from what I'm seeing from people's results on videos, the axis lock is much more attention grabbing than the button lock on the Ozark Trails, which is what I expected. It's a large part of why I bought the axis lock first. Dude, the bevel's still good, man. The bevel's still good. Trust me, Barney, you will know when the bevel's gone. All right, you will know when it's gone. All right, we got at least an hour, or we got at least another 50 minutes before the edge is gone. That's bare minimum. Yeah, I got both of the new Ozark Trails, but I prioritized the Axis Lock because I already knew that was going to be the one that got everyone's attention. Of course, I wanted it for myself, but yeah, I can't compare the new Axis Lock to the first three of the orange Axis Locks that I got. We're going to have to compare it to the last two and see how it stacks up against those. Yeah, like I said, manicures is something I know nothing about. Like, you know a lot more than I do, and I have no problem admitting that. You know, I have painted some nails before just out of curiosity. I wanted to see how hard it was to do. Turns out it's not very hard. If I could only have one knife, probably my Devo Growler. Probably my Devo Growler. Oh man, you guys, I've started crop dusting myself. It's going to get real bad. Fucking scented candle next to me is about to be going to war. Suit up, winter balsam scented candle. Alicia, thankfully I'm experienced enough that I can rip a skanky fart on the fly while I'm doing something else. I can multitask. Yeah, I figure at some point we'll probably have the Gone Crappin' sign out. No, again, I am quite experienced. I know when I can and can't trust a fart. You know, when we need the Gone Crappin' sign, we'll get the Gone Crappin' sign. Oh, damn, Evil Twin. Yeah, my Walmarts, the ones that I drop by, never have any knives on sale, or they have clearance stickers on empty shelves. but those are rare. Like, it's all good, Alicia. But, you know, it's rare to see even a clearance tag on an empty shelf. Like, knives go on sale so rarely. Like, I need to swing by Walmart in person. And see what they got. Yeah, for $6, I probably would have grabbed one of those orange ones. Even if it wasn't the best. Because, like, for $6, you can grab a couple of those, and maybe one of them's got a decent heat treatment on it. Maybe. Nice. I hope the SOGs don't have every unnecessary feature known to man on the knife at the same time. Because again, an axis lock with a spring assist is one of the worst things ever put together on a knife. Do not give me an axis lock with a spring assist. T-Bone Wiz, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing some edge retention testing on the Concept Motto right here. Motto, whatever they call it. That's not too shabby, Evil Twin. I think the best deal I picked up in a while was that Condor Krakatoa for $40. And that's only because looking online, they're like 130 to 160 a pop. So scoring it for $40 was a hell of a good deal. That being said, I dislike the knife so much that I'm never going to carry it. We just got it for the edge retention testing on the carbon steel. Which, I really wish the Condor was designed a little bit better, but nope. An Iridium for $15. That's a good deal. Yeah, I feel like the Kershaw Iridium may do something to turn my opinion of Kershaw in general around. But the fact that Kershaw is single-handedly keeping the 4CR14 farmers of America alive, you know, that's what's keeping the 4CR14 farmers above water right now. Kershaw's got their work cut out for them with me. All right, Saints, have a good one. We will see you later. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Iridium might turn my opinion around on Kershaw just a little bit. But, you know, Kershaw's so low on my list of stuff to buy and that I may never get around to paying for an Iridium. RLS, what's going on, man? We're talking about knives. Alex Kerber, what's up? How you doing, man? But yeah, like I said, I really wish Kershaw would have impressed me. Yeah, Civivi's gonna be pretty good. Matt W, what's up? How you doing? My day is going pretty damn good. I am off work. I'm doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. I'm having a good time. But yeah, Civivi's gonna be good. Civivi has... The only thing Civivi has done that I don't like is the Cogent, and that's just because the button lock is not really well thought out. The build quality is good, the materials are good, but that button lock was not designed well. But one of my favorite knives in my collection actually is a Civivi. I've got the Civivi Bullmastiff here. This is one of my favorite knives I've ever bought. I do like me some Civivi. We have got the Concept Motto and CPM S35VN. We did a random roll live stream and we finally hit this one, which I'm glad we got this one. I've been wanting to test out the CPM S35VN, and we had the Ontario Rat 1.5 and MagnaCut on the table to give it some stakes. And we didn't hit that one, which I wanted to see how it would do, but I didn't want to do that live stream today. And I'll tell you what, like, I've got some S30V, and I've got that, oh, what do you call it? That, MagnaCut waiting on deck. But part of me, like, hopefully next year I can get confirmation that my buddy is doing his Make-A-Wish fundraiser in March, because I'd like to spend April raising money for that, to donate to his Make-A-Wish drive, and then I can spend February, no, March. Yeah, because he does his in April. He does his drive in April when he does them, if I remember right. So, like, we'd be doing Make-A-Wish March and raising money for the whole month to send him at the end of April for Make-A-Wish Georgia. You know, I want to be able to do stuff like that. That's part of why I'm trying to build the channel right now. You know, like, one of my dreams, and one of the reasons I started this channel is so at some point when the channel gets big enough, I can start doing stuff for charity that actually matters. You know, I can do a fundraiser for Make-A-Wish and bring in more than like 20 bucks in the month. Gwendolyn Universe, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. You know, I can do stuff for Make-A-Wish and raise more than 25 bucks over the course of the whole month. You know, and right now, with where we're at, that ain't happening. You know, I may be going into Blade Show with like 300 bucks next year, which, you know, I can't complain about. This last year was kind of amazing, but we're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. We're cutting up cardboard until the edge of this knife is completely fucked up and seeing how long it takes. Stick bug! Everybody in this chat just got stick bugged. But yeah, it's like I have some stuff that I want to do. You know, it'd be really cool to be able to do like a monthly charity stream. You know, set myself up where I can do a long stream. You know, raise money for like the Humane Society, Make-A-Wish, stuff like that. Find a couple of treatment centers. A couple of treatment centers nearby, just something. I don't worry necessarily about how many subs somebody else has or how fast they're getting them. That ain't my business. You know, I know that what I'm doing is going to be a slow buildup. It's going to just take a while to build up a ton of subs. And, you know, maybe by March of next year, I'll have enough subs and enough people that are here for the live streams where I can raise at least a decent chunk of money. You know, at least a decent chunk of money for Make-A-Wish, and actually have something to show for the effort. We'll see. You know, God knows, once upon a time I had a YouTube channel that I haven't touched in ages. But when YouTube changed how they allow you to live stream, where like it went from you can just live stream with whatever you got to you got to have like I think 1,000 subs to do live streams, and I was set at somewhere around 700. Some buddies of mine, they just popped up like 2 days later with 1,000 subs, and I know they bought them from somewhere. And I almost got jealous, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this my way, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well, I know why. You know, I'm like 100 subs away from 6K right now. And I'm looking forward to hitting 6K, but I know it's going to take a little while. Colton Diaz, what's up? How you doing? It's still sharp for right now, but we're in the process of wrecking this edge. Now we're starting to see some problems, you guys. But it's starting, like, it wasn't super sharp when we started. You know, I figured the factory edge is going to go out the door pretty fast. We're going to sharpen it and then go in on a new edge, and then we'll be okay. Yeah, no, I'm not risking it for that. Well, Grace, I don't think that's saying a whole lot. But how you doing, Grace? I wish I could read that, but hello, foreign friend. Why, do you want some of the vegan fettuccine? I'm doing good. I'm taking some time off of work. I'm doing a live stream. I'm hanging out with you guys. We're going to get to sharpen this thing up. Fook, what's up, man? How's it going? I walked into Burger King and I tried to be edgy and sing that song and no one gave a crap. And I was sad. Yeah, Fook, we did a random roll live stream and we finally got the concept motto. Ed, what's going on, man? How you doing? Me with Knives, what's up? How's it going? But yeah, Ed, you're new here, so what we're doing right now is edge retention testing. We got us some edge retention testing going on, and I'm hanging out with you guys while I do it, because doing this by yourself is miserable. Grace, I'll be honest, as far as creepypasta, I don't know shit about fuck. I know my kids liked them for about 3 weeks, and that's about all I know about them. Well, Ed, welcome. I'm doing pretty good, me with Knives. I took some time off of work, so I got a few days off. Figured it was a good idea to do a live stream while I had some energy. And I'm hanging out with you guys. So Grace, I appreciate the sub. I really do. Aww. So we are going to, once the factory edge dies, we are going to put a cut cardboard edge on it. It's going to be at 17 degrees, just like every other knife that we've sharpened to test, so that we've got a pretty level playing field. That's how this works. However, we do like seeing how the factory edge does. But once the edge is wiped out, we are going to put a cardboard cutting edge on it. Don't worry. And like most of these knives that we're testing, yeah, this is not the most rigorous scientific testing in the world. It just gives us kind of a good idea of the like how well the steel's heat treated. We're checking out the ergonomics. Like we're trying to learn what we can, just screwing around. No, hollow grinds suck for this. Hollow grinds just plain suck for doing this. Like the edge doesn't really wear out any faster. It just puts a lot of extra pressure on the cut. Oh, Grace, enjoy. The vids are all about knives, just like the live stream. Yeah. Arctic Monkey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Nah, Ed, you're good. It's a totally valid question. You know, that's a totally valid question. Yeah, you know, we like seeing how the factory edge does, but the real testing comes in once we sharpen it. Unless the factory edge does like 4 or 5 hours, and it's just like, yeah, the steel's really good, and the edge they put on it from the factory is also solid. That being said, this factory edge hit 266 on the edge sharpness tester when we first started. So it's already starting on the back foot. And we've been going for about 35 minutes. And no, we're not counting each individual cut. Whenever I do the follow-up video on this, talking about the results of the edge retention testing, I'll show the pile of cardboard on video, but like imagine how hard it is to count this many damn cuts while you're talking and reading comments and everything else. Totally unmanageable, and it's not the most rigorous scientific thing on the planet. Yeah, at one point we averaged out our cuts, and we like averaged it out to like 930 minutes. And it's like, yeah, we can't count all these individual cuts. Just God no. Grace, I appreciate the kind words. Baduji, what's up? How you doing? We are doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard the sink can cut up before the edge is totally wrecked. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm live streaming this and hanging out with you guys while I'm doing it, I definitely would not be doing this. Or I'd be doing a much shorter version because we go until the edge is totally devastated. Like right now, we're still cutting good. In about 20 minutes here, we're going to stop and check and see how much the edge degraded while we were doing this. And then we'll start back up again. It's not going to cut forever. You're going to see it last for a little while, and then you get intermittent bad cuts, and then it just goes right off the cliff. Once you get between about 560, 550, and 600 on the electronic edge sharpness tester, it really falls apart. Kiko Molina, what's up? How you doing? We have got the Concept Motto right here with CPM S35VN. It's a flat grind. It's a flat grind up into the top right here, and I really don't know the edge thickness. Like, I don't know the edge thickness. I have to assume the factory edge is probably pushing 20 degrees. MDX, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, this thing looks sweet. Like, my only real complaint about it is if you look, there is so little access to the thumb hole right here on both sides. Like, that's the only complaint that I have. The ergos are good. It's nice and wide and flat across the top, and I don't have a huge gap. So this part of my finger right here, on something like this, it'll fall into the gap between the liners and just get chewed up over the course of a live stream. You don't really have that gap on here. There's a backspacer on it, so it's doing really good. Now, the ergos are going to make themselves apparent in probably about 2 more hours. But yeah, like there's a lot that I don't know, and I don't really know how best to go about measuring it, and I'm not too worried about it right now. And that's where you start looking at edge thickness, you know, the blade stock thickness, stuff like that. It's like nobody besides true diehard, you know, true diehards that are really, really trying to suss out information are really going to worry about. And this testing isn't necessarily for those guys. Like, the guys that are really, really hyper focused on that aren't really interested in something that's this kind of crude and, you know, not like, because we're not counting each individual cut and measuring the sheer number of linear feet of cardboard we cut up. Like, this testing isn't for those guys to begin with. They don't want to hear it. Josh, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, y'all do me a solid. Hit that like button, man. Let's see if we can reach 100 likes. Savannah King, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. I have not handled the Sage 6. The last Spyderco I handled was a Sage 5 and Rex 121. And let me tell you, that Rex 121 is some weird shit. But, like, the channel's on a very, very tight budget, so anything up over about 40 bucks, I don't get to handle stuff like that very often. You know, the heart of the channel really is budget knives, like super budget knives. The only reason we have this is I got it for 15 bucks whenever it was on sale, and Bees Blades had a code for another 50% off or something like that. So it wound up being, it was 40% off on Amazon, and then Bees had a code, a grand total of 4 uses between 2 knives. And it was an additional 50% off. So, Jay, no, I don't sell them. I don't sell them, I review them. But this wound up being 90% off, so we got it for like 15 bucks. Which, you know, I'm definitely not mad at that. S35VN, like, concept, build quality, all this for 15 bucks is a hell of a good score. Yeah, because normally they're like 140 some odd bucks, something like that. You know, it was on a Bees Blades live stream. He dropped that code. Yeah, like I was on Bees Blades live stream and he dropped that code and I got in there as fast as I could and I got one of these and I tried to get one of the other knife that was up for sale too, but the two uses for that knife were gone. Like a grand total of 4 people got to use that extra 50% off code. But Ed, one thing that we do, we use a fixed angle sharpener and we set it at 17 degrees unless we're doing CR series steels. But we'll set it for 17 degrees and we'll put a pretty fat laid back bevel that's nearly identical from knife to knife to knife. So that when we go in on a freshly sharpened edge, they're all on as level of a playing field as we can possibly get. Just a guest, what's up? How you doing, man? When am I doing the new Ozark? I'm not exactly sure. It's pretty sharp, but we're in the process of wearing the edge out a real good one. It's still pretty sharp right now, but it's definitely starting to show some wear. But it's probably going to be... So the Axis lock, I'm planning on carrying it when I go back to work, which that'll be in another 7 days or so. And then I'll do the testing on that and get those videos made. And then I'll probably move on to the button lock, or I'll let the button lock sit for a week just so I can space out the videos. And this is one of those times where I am trying to game the system a little bit. You know, we do this one, get the videos out of the way, get all of them uploaded, and get as many views as we can on it. We give it like a week or so for this to die down a hair, and then drop this one with a little bit of a gap between the two so that we can start that cycle over again. That's the idea. But this one is not getting anywhere near as much attention as this one. Like, this one's nowhere near as popular, which is unfortunate because it's objectively a little bit better of a knife. This thing will centrifugal open, but it's a fight to get it to do it. And I'm going to have to do some thread locker on this pivot. It keeps backing out. Yeah, I'm not mad at the Tonto necessarily. I just don't like the thought of having to sharpen it. But we are going to have to put thread locker on that pivot. Yeah, well, I mean, with Ozark Trail's quality control, there's a really good chance that the majority of them won't have that issue. You know, I got side-to-side blade play. I got a really, really overpowered detent on that. You're right, Fook. You are absolutely right, Fook. But, you know, factory edge was a little bit crusty. So, like, I got the usual Ozark Trail BS. Which, we may try to do some thread locker on stream and watch me struggle to put that pivot back in place. Unless Ozark Trail did something unusual and actually put time and consideration into how they do their pivots, usually the pivots are all mushroomed out and fucked up, so at the point where it's nearly impossible to get them apart and then nearly impossible to get them put back together again. So I'm hoping we don't have a bad case of that. Nah, MDX, if you go look at the video I did, and Like, guys are making fun of me that, oh, you don't know how to use the thumb stud. Look at you. It's like, no, the thing was damn near locked shut. Like, the only way to open it one-handed was to use the axis lock. And it's taken some work to break that in. Toby, what's up? How you doing? Like, it took some work to get it broken in enough where it could do that. Like, you can hear it. It's trying to centrifugal open right now. There we are. It is starting to centrifugal open. But it took some work to get that broken in enough to open off of the thumb stud without having to fight for it. Jehu, what's up? How you doing? Toby, so we are doing edge retention testing on this knife right here. I stopped to talk about this one for a second. But we're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up with this thing before the edge is just totally fucked up. Toby Patrick, what's up? We got more than one Toby in here. I'm already confused. But yeah, like when I got that thing out of the box, I appreciate the sub. I appreciate the sub, man. Every single one of them's appreciated. But yeah, so like the detent was so overpowered that, again, you pretty much needed two hands to open it unless you pulled the axis lock back, and then it was as free and loose as it gets. I mean, this one's a pretty cool knife, but that really depends on like another really cool knife. We got the Cold Steel Mayhem right here. Yeah, if you want one that has a detent that makes it damn near impossible to open, I picked up this Condor Krakatoa. And part of it is you're on a frame lock with a thumb stud, and the way this is set up, you have to press on the frame lock to hold it where you can open. So a lot of times the thumb stud pops partway open and your thumb hits the edge of the blade right here and scares you pretty much every time. I am not going to carry this. I bought this just to get the 1095 on it so we can do edge retention testing on that and compare it to the rest of this. And also we got a Scandi grind. So we're changing two variables at once, which is how you're supposed to do things. Change as many variables as you can at one time. So we have tried stropping on cardboard. It didn't make a huge difference, I'm not going to lie. We have tried exactly that, Ed. Like the kind of edge wear we're talking about, stropping ain't going to get it. Even stropping with diamond emulsion will get you like a handful of cuts, maybe 5 or 10 more cuts, something like that, but it ain't enough to save it. It's like when I say we go for complete edge devastation, I am talking about absolutely devastated edge. There is no saving it without fully sharpening it. Yeah, that's what we're shooting for. We're looking to see how long we can go before it's at an absolute butter knife edge. Ye oldie clip, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, brother. Like I said, if I only had to carry one knife, that would probably be the Devo Growler. Like, the only thing that I'd change if I had to carry it forever is upgrade the steel. Like, the 154 CM on it is still nice. Don't get me wrong. But if I have to carry it forever, then we're looking at much more hardcore stuff. And, like, I want to be as long as possible between sharpenings. No, Ed, ask questions. Trust me. Give us something to talk about. Like, keep me talking. Trust me, like when no one's asking questions and I can't think of anything, it gets real quiet and we go into ASMR mode. I like questions unless it's a squeaker coming in here trying to be a troll. Well, the emotional support caffeine's gone. Mascom Aristov, what's up? How you doing? So I did prefer D2. I did prefer D2, but I've gotten burned on a lot of D2 that has a dog shit heat treatment on it. So I'm kind of a little leery of D2 now. I even got some bad D2 from companies like QSP. Yeah, no, talk my ear off. But now, like if we're talking about a budget steel, I would probably go for 9CR18 for like a general use budget steel. D2 has kind of screwed me over too many times recently. But if I were to upgrade the steel on the Growler, I would go for MagnaCut. Because in our testing here doing this, MagnaCut was kind of bonkers. Well, for the rest of the live stream, it's just emotional support water. So I'm gonna miss the caffeine. Now, if this stream winds up pushing the 7 to 8 hour mark, yeah, no, I took some time to shake off the sleep meds before I started this. But if we start pushing the 7 or 8 hour mark with the live stream, then we're definitely going to be getting into another emotional support caffeine. And like, I really hate that I got so much bad D2 back to back to back to back. Like, that sucked. Because I love D2 as far as budget steels go. It gives you a great steel for a great price. It keeps the cost of a knife down to something that anybody can afford. Like, I could have afforded it back in the day whenever I had no money to spend. I could have gotten a D2 knife and carried that and been happy as shit for a long time. You know, that being said, back then I was in a much more hard use environment, so I definitely would have been beating on it. what's up? My day's been good. I'm doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. I'm doing okay. I did check out the Harbor Freight Icon knife. I kind of stepped away from that one. S30V, I have got some S30V Maxim, but I haven't used it yet. Like, I haven't put it through this yet. I had it on the... No, I didn't. But I'm saving the S30V and the other MagnaCut that I have. I'll get back to that. The Harbor Freight Icon knife. I stepped away from the Icon knife just because they essentially ripped off the Beg Knives Mini Glimpse. They didn't, and they tried to hide behind it saying they had an American designer and make it look like they didn't rip the design off. They got, you know, they made it look like they did something like get a license to use it. And it kind of pissed me off. So I was just like, you know what? Nope, not having that on the channel. But quality piece, like, they did a good job with it. It's just, they could have done an original design and not ripped off another design like that and been good. It would have been great. But yeah, the S30V. I was talking about this earlier. I've got a piece of MagnaCut on the Ontario Rat 1.5, and I've got that S30V, and I'm hanging on to those because at some point, I would like to be doing some work, some charity work on these streams, and I'd like to have some steel that's going to take a long time to wear out, so that we can raise some money for charity and do a long stream. And one day I'll have the channel built up enough where we can do that. But not yet. Oh no, last night I pounded some pretty potent CBD and then pounded my sleep meds. So I was out fucking cold. We get a lot of younger viewers in here all the time. Yeah, y'all definitely fondle the soft, sticky underside of the like button if you would. But shit, what was I saying? Yeah, no, like one of the things that I'm trying to build up to with the channel, like I'd like for the channel to be able to support itself and help pay some bills around the house. That would be great. But something that I really wanted out of this is George Coat, what's up? I hope I pronounced that right, but what's going on? You know, I'd like to be able to do a charity stream or run a month of just raising money for charity and pull like $600, $700, $800, you know, on the low side to donate. Like I said, March, if I can get confirmation that my buddy is doing his Make-A-Wish drive on Twitch, if I can get confirmation that he is guaranteed doing his Make-A-Wish stream on Twitch in April, then in March, I can spend March raising money for it to donate at the end of April. Chris Evans, come in here with something original that we haven't heard before. Give that a shot. But, you know, I can spend March raising money for it to give to donate to his drive at the end of April when that payment comes in from YouTube. and then spend March or spend April, you know, sharing the link so that people can donate directly if they want to. Reborn, what's up? Unfortunately, I cannot read that. Well, Chris heard Troll better and doubled down. Way to go, buddy. Oh, we said lanyard? Here's one of my favorite varieties of lanyard right here. I asked people, what's up? How you doing? But then we got lanyard beads like this that I made myself. Do I have another one in here? I don't know. Most of the lanyards that I have, I gave to a buddy of mine to sell on Whatnot. I kept a few for myself. Like I kept a few lanyard beads for myself, of course, and I've made a few. I've made a few since I gave my buddy the rest of them to sell, which hopefully those sell fast because I could use a few bucks. Reborn, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. The floating heart is always welcome. Okay, so we are an hour in. Fook, I was gonna let you have that kill. Thank you for the gift, ye oldie clip. I appreciate it. Yeah, the 704 gear I am definitely curious about. So what we're doing here is we're gonna clean all the tape gunk off of the edge. We are using acetone for this. The coating is showing some interesting color changes. Jenny Lewis, what's up? I bought the knife on Amazon, actually. It was really cool. I got a 90% off discount on it. Okay. Yeah, we definitely got some wear going on. But it's still fighting the good fight. It's not Cerakote. I think what's happening is we got a stonewash finish that we're slowly polishing. All right. Kiko, we got the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional. If you hang out for a while, you'll get to see that thing. All right, let's mark down our next hour. And let's get the tester out. I expect this number to be reading pretty high. We started off kind of dull on the factory edge, so my expectations aren't super high that it's going to be holding on to that edge for super, super long. Now, the fact that The fact that it held on this long and it's still cutting pretty cleanly through the cardboard and it was able to cut the paper is a good sign. Oh, you got the Elite, Kiko? Yeah, I started off with the Elite. Hey, 348, not bad. But that's on the back towards the heel. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a little bit here. Let's go a little farther forward. $5.92. That's what we were looking for right there. So for those of y'all that don't know, hitting a 600 or so on that is an absolutely devastated edge. So this edge is probably not too long for this world. Probably not too long for this world. We're going to give it about 5 minutes here. I'm going to hang out, shoot the shit with you guys. And, give it about 5 minutes to let my hand rest. And we'll get back to it. But I don't think the edge is too long for this world now. Well, yeah, and that's kind of what I expected. We have a lot of higher end steels like this. On the factory edge, they'll go for about an hour and then they're shot, sometimes a half hour. Jack Burdine, what's up? How's it going, man? But we got the Concept Motto and CPM S35VN. But we'll have a lot of these things, the higher end steels, they'll go for about 30 minutes to an hour, and then we sharpen them and they go forever once they're put on that 17 degrees per side edge bevel. Might be able to use that one. Now, how much do you want to bet we get about another 10 to 15 minutes out of this edge, and then it is cooked. Totally cooked. Yeah, I was telling the guys earlier, CPM S35VN, but what was I saying? Yeah, I got this for 15 bucks. I got this for 90% off thanks to Bees Blades. Yeah, they had them on sale for 40% off on the Concept shop on Amazon. And then Bees Blades had an additional 50% off code for a grand total of 4 people to use. So I got in there and got one real fast. But the next time we do Concept, we got one that I've been waiting on for a long damn time. I've been waiting on doing the Corvette XL. Finally got one. Try spending more time at the lower grits. No, you're not going to press down too hard. But but I would make sure that you're spending enough time on it to where you can feel the burr along the entire edge before you move on to the next grit, and spend more time on the low grits than you think you need to. That's what I'd recommend. That's my first guess about what you're probably doing wrong, is spend more time on the low grits. And if you have to, work it side to side, flip it, work it, flip it, work it, flip it, work it, flip it, work it, until you've got a nice burr you can feel along the whole length of the blade. You move on to your next grit. Your low grits, 220, 220, 300, and 400. Spend your time on them and make sure you've got that burr. And then you don't have to spend as much time on 600, 800, and the ceramic, but you should still be able to feel a burr before you move on to the next one. Oh no, Evil Twin, I fucking lean into it. Like, I lean into that shit. Like, you'll see when I do mine. Like, you've seen it, Jack. I fucking lean into that shit. All right, let's get our next hour going. Like, as long as you're getting it sharp, it's not the wrong way. As long as you're getting it sharp, it's not the wrong way. But if you're using light pressure, it's a lot more passes. And of course, I'm looking at reprofiling the whole thing, going from like 20 degrees down to 17 degrees. I'm hogging off a lot of damn material on those first two stones. This box is not going to be fun to cut up. You see where it's all wrinkled and jacked up? It doesn't like cutting through these wrinkles once the edge starts to show wear. I said I give it about 15-20 minutes and we're up over 600. Yeah, mine bounces around a little bit with heavy pressure too, but you've seen the kind of edges I get out of my steels. Like, I get plenty sharp edges. I said, just keep doing the same thing you're doing, but give it more love on your low grit stones. Spend more time on the low grit stones, and when you think you've got it, go back over both sides another a couple more times, and just make sure you feel that burr. Chris XX, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, this is where I'm saying, like, this is what we usually get. We hit that first hour, and you can tell, like, that edge is toast. That one bad spot, that edge is toast. Like, just to give you an idea, here's a knife I sharpened. That took no pressure. Well, Jack, you've watched me sharpen. You don't got to ask me. Yeah, I think we are going to sharpen this edge. Like, I know the cardboard is kind of weak and not the best subject for these cuts. Chris, that depends on how much time you want to spend sharpening. That 1000 grit is going to take you forever to put a new edge on a knife. If you're just maintaining an edge, it's not a major issue. You can do 1000 grit. But like, we are going to go ahead and sharpen this thing now because you can see that edge is just completely crapped out. All right, we got a nice crispy so with the tip, you're just going to want to stop right up here and make sure that your stone is not rolling over. Just hold it flat and go with it until you feel the burr. That's one of those things. Make sure you feel the burr. If you see the bevel getting wider here than it is here, don't put so much pressure on this part. Just focus on this area here, and then come back in, and because like the tip's the hardest thing to get with this thing. The tip is definitely the hardest thing to get with this thing. All right, so we are going to magic marker this. It's like I'm on the tip right here and I'm pushing this way instead of pushing this way. I don't know how to describe how much pressure, Kiko. I just push down. You know, you'll have to experiment for a bit and see what works for you. And some steels, you can pull the entire edge back and pull that bevel back and get all the way down to your apex and still not feel a burr. Tanner, no, you can do this however you want. Like you can come in here and you can go in circles if you want to. You can do this, whatever it takes. No matter what you do, you're going to be removing material. Well, if you're going lengthwise with each of your grits, it's just going to change the direction of your scratch pattern. And if you polish it highly enough, your scratch pattern is going to be pretty much gone. I'm not so much worried about the scratch pattern. I'm not hyper worried about the looks of the edge. I like my highly polished bevels, but I'm not worried about it that much. I'm worried about the end result and how sharp I can get it. Now, if you feel like your sharpening is going really slow, and you've got a scratch pattern on here, come in here and do this to change up the direction of your scratch pattern so that your stones aren't falling into the exact same lines you've already cut with it. This one does the same job. It's just one, it does it a little bit faster with some more comfort. And two, you can buy stones for this to take it up to 3,000 grit, which is what we're doing. Did you get the regular precision adjust or did you get the precision adjust elite? No, if you accidentally say scratch up your plunge line or your thumb stud, there's not really much of a way to fix it. Like I've already bitten the plunge line on this a couple of times. That's just how it is from now on. If you leave a knife with a low grit edge, you get a toothier edge that's better for cutting rope and fibrous material, stuff like that. But when you go to cut paper, you'll feel it bite into it more than, say, a highly polished edge. Like a low grit edge has its purpose. Like I'm gonna put the name of a channel in the chat here. So Outdoors 55. Look up Outdoors 55 on YouTube. Subscribe to his channel. Mr. Andrew, what's up? Outdoors 55 has a lot of very, very comprehensive coverage on how to sharpen knives, and he also has a microscope so he can show you at the microscopic level what these edges are supposed to look like, what your burr should look like, all that stuff. He will explain everything far better than I can. That's where I learned as much as I know. That and doing my own trial and error. Like freehand sharpening, I'm not that good at it yet. I'm just not. There's the burr starting to come up. Well, welcome back, Fook. Yeah, well, the precision adjust when I first got it, it took me 2 or 3 tries to really get the process dialed in and get what works for me dialed in. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I ADD out as bad as anyone else does. Believe me, I was one of the first kids that ever took Ritalin. But the shit's so fascinating, I can't not watch it. How long you think we got before somebody comes in with the masturbation, go faster, daddy, that we always get when we're sharpening? See, I'm taking my time and I'm feeling along the edge on the underside here to feel when I have the burr that I want coming up. 77, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I always appreciate anybody watching from work. See, now I'm up to 400 grit, and I'm just taking my time. And that's the thing, is like, if you can freehand and freehand better than I can, you can get the same edge in about 2 minutes. Whereas this is going to take about 30, 45 minutes. That's a new one. Yep, there we are. It's wondering, like, we were wondering how long it would take for someone to come in like that. At the very least, you came in with one we hadn't seen before. Yeah, I can freehand well enough to get an edge on something, especially with my cheap stones, but the good stones, I still don't quite have the hang of those. Now, see, one of my weak spots is when I'm on this side of the knife. The bevel on the tip I don't always quite get, and then down here I'll hit the plunge line. On the other side, I won't get to the plunge line, and I won't be able to get in here and get this part sharpened up properly, but the tip's fine. Nice. And see, now that I've got that burr going, all right, folks, we'll see you in a little bit. So, Ed, I would put your freehand edges up against my fixed angle sharpenings, and you'll probably do a little bit better. Like, Again, I'm not an expert. All right. I'm not an expert. I'm just a guy taking around with knives and having fun doing it, but I'm not an expert. Like, I don't pretend to know everything. I don't get my feelings hurt when I don't know everything. I know that I don't know everything and I'm okay with it. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Yeah, like I'm learning this stuff as I go and I'm having fun with it. Nick Martino, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it's just like there are a lot of guys that'll come in and expect me to know every single thing or know every single knife out there. And it's like, sorry, man, if I ain't handled it, I ain't handled it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If your shit gets sharp, you sharpen it the right way. Yeah, now if you would have asked me stuff like this, say 4 or 5 years ago, before I grew up a little bit more, I'd probably be a real big dick and try to act like I knew everything just to save some pride, but that ain't me today. Mister, what's up? How you doing? Well, a lot of times it's what's your opinion on, say, X knife, and it's a pretty popular knife, but a lot of times it's stuff that's either out of my price range or it's on my list and I haven't gotten to it or something like that. You know, it's like, what's your opinion? What's your opinion on the Benchmade tagged out? Yep, there we are. There we are. We got two so far. You know, and I like having nicer stuff on the channel once in a while. But the focus of the channel has always been on budget knives and the cheap stuff and trying to find like those diamonds in the rough. And we found some. But, you know, when I get too many nice knives on the channel, people start getting really disinterested. So anyways, if you're going to come in with the herder masturbation, come in with something that we haven't seen before. Like I said, we quit doing the bingo card. Every time we try to do the bingo card, somebody like pauses it and zooms in. Diego Molina fell. I tell you what, I'll do it for $10. But someone always like pauses it, zooms in, and then spends the rest of the stream trying to fucking ruin it. So it's like, all right, we can't have nice things. Gotcha. Hey Gardner, what's up? How you doing, man? It's been a minute. Well, no, it's herder masturbation, not herka durka masturbation. Well, like it's just the budget stuff's what I built the channel on by kind of default, and the audience that showed up while I was doing that is here for the budget knives. They're here for the Ozark Trails. They're here for the stuff that I found. Jack, I appreciate that. Um, you played the sock game, so we're doing socks. Jack, thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. All right, so if you don't know the sock game, for $2, I'll put socks on. For the next $2, I'll take them off. So, Jack did a massive super chat and also kicked the sock game off. And there we go, folks. We got socks. Again, Jack, thank you for that, man. Good luck on your parlay. All right, we are up to 1,200 grit now. So we're taking this all the way up to 3,000. And now that we've done this, the next time we sharpen it, it's going to go a lot faster. Yeah, no, like it's a hell of a time to be a knife guy. You can get so much good stuff for like 30 to 40 bucks. It's amazing. The only caveat to that is it's probably worth your time checking for some reviews and having some guys look at this stuff, because you get stuff that looks good, but then you've got fitment issues, finish issues, or you've got issues with the heat treatment or something like that. That you wouldn't know about until someone actually does something with it. All right, 2,000 grit ahoy. Yeah, I wish I could really carry and properly review fixies. You probably missed the angle finder, dude. We got 17 degrees. I've got like a Manix Lightweight and 15V showing up at some point here, but that is a gift from a friend of the channel. Yeah, that being said, I'm not looking forward to doing this testing with it. I would love for that to either show up now while I'm on vacation from work, which I don't think is going to happen, or for it to show up late enough to where if I do end up doing some charity live streams, I can do it then. Wilderness Bushcraft, what is up, George? We are doing the Concept Mado in CPMS 35V. Evil Twin, like always, we don't really know the factory angle. You might be able to find it if you dig around online, but it was probably around 18 degrees or so. Yeah, I'd be buying custom parts for some of my knives, but I carry these for a week. I throw them in the graveyard, and then I move on to the next one because I got a review. Yeah, I gave Wilderness a bunch of the more okay-ish knives in the graveyard to try to flip on Whatnot. Just some small $10, $50 sales. But those lanyard beads that I showed off earlier, Wilderness Bushcraft is the guy selling those. Mato, M-A-T-O. Mado, we don't know. But he's the one selling the beads on Whatnot. Wuhans, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I think our peak concurrence that I saw was like 98. Yeah, if y'all want to pick up some beads, save Michael C 0101 on Whatnot, and he'll have some up for sale. And the beads he's selling are handmade by me from resin and wood. And some of them glow in the dark. Some of them just have really bright pops of color on them. Some of them got some natural materials included. Now it's time to obsessively strop. There are some glow-in-the-dark beads. Snake Oil Co., what's up? How you doing? Oh, I totally get it, Ed. Trust me. Snake Oil Co., what was what? About 19 degrees makes sense. Mister, it might be your first time here. Yeah, if we hit 100 likes today, I'll be real happy. Oh, nice, MDX. So we just did a 9 micron diamond emulsion. Now we're on to a 5 micron diamond emulsion. Yeah, apparently a lot of guys that probably should have been here for a while just got here. All right, we're going down to 1 micron. Fook, I gotta make some more cardboard slayer beads, dude. I know I owe you some. Like, I know I owe you some beads. I just haven't, I gotta spend the time on making more cardboard slayer beads, and those things are a pain in the dick. Fook, just let me get some beads made. We started 2 hours ago. We got an hour out of the factory edge, which is just like the last S35 VM we tested. All right. We're going to cap this off at 0.1 micron. ahead, if you subscribe and set your notifications on, I do some live streams where I'm making lanyard beads so you can actually see what we're looking at. I don't have very many on hand right now. I gave everything I had to Wilderness Bushcraft to try to get some sold. I think I gave him the better part of like 100 beads or something like that. I appreciate that, Ed. Cause yeah, like we do live streams where we make beads. If I'm feeling froggish enough, I'll probably go in the garage and make some once this is through. Okay, we are stropped to death. Okay, well, we're doing something. Gotcha. I was wondering what that was, Ed. Okay, so let's get the tester out. Let's get the tester out. Let's see what we got going on there. Dutch Chill Bill, what's up? How you doing? Lexington, what's going on? We're doing edge retention testing on a knife that we just sharpened. Yeah, no, Ed, I get it. Like if I knew how to, like if I wanted to take the time to learn how to tie off paracord and make really complicated knots, that's probably where I'd be, is kind of obsessed. Come on, 120. 126. Okay, I will take that. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, I do things my way. I bear down on my sharpener. I take a lot more time than I probably should. I flip things over a bunch of times. That's why. Anything under about 175 is sharp to me. $350, and you're gonna see me make that face kind of like that one fork you don't like. We've all got that one fork that we don't like in the drawer. And you're just like, ew, when you pick it up. All right, we'll give it about 5 more minutes here. We'll pick this testing back up and get rocking and rolling on it. Do it the wrong way. The only thing that I really did wrong is I bit into the plunge line a little bit, but I don't care. You know, this ain't a safe queen. If I was carrying it day to day, it would definitely be a user, but it's not a safe queen. I got some shelf queens. I've got some shelf queens upstairs of stuff that's a bit too nice or things that I value a bit too much to carry and beat on them. But again, like I'll be on another knife in a week here. This I carried a long time ago and reviewed a long time ago. It's been in the box. You guys weren't here, but there were 5 different knives on the sheet of cardboard right here, and I rolled a D20 to pick which knife we used today. And we got 19, which gave us the concept motto. Yeah, and like prototypes are my jam. Prototypes are as close to grail knives as I get. If I can find a prototype, I'm absolutely fucking delighted. Those go in the collection. Those are not users. Those are collection pieces. I've got a good few prototypes now, not a ton. One of my favorite prototypes is my Ontario Rat 2 prototype. Jack, I'll carry anything. I'll carry anything, and so like the knives that are in the shelf queen category, it's again my prototypes. There's a few that were gifts from friends. Stuff that's beautiful but impractical. I know, Wilderness. Neilio, what's up? You know, I'll carry stuff now, and if I drop it, oh well. You know, the ones that were gifts from friends, those I don't beat on. You know, stuff like that. I got the real weird stuff from CRKT. I leave that alone. I got that because it's weird. You know, no, I've got a numbered knife, the Christmas edition of the Vosteed top liner lock raccoon, and that thing, it was serial number 69, so it had funny number going for it, and I still use that. You know, like this is one of the weird CRKTs that I absolutely love. Like the scales on that raccoon and now got stains on them, and I put my own edge on them, which means the something got dinged up, the plunge line or the thumb stud, something. And like this guy right here, this I'm really proud of. This is a 14 layer twisted Damascus that I made myself. Like this one I made myself for me. Oh wow, yeah, like a World War II knife, that's fucking badass. And where is it? Ah, there's the unboxing knife. Somewhere on this table, and I can't find it right now. I've got another knife that I made out of Damascus, and unfortunately the Damascus billet split right down the center along the spine, so it can't be used, but that's okay. It just sucked to see it happen. Aw. And let me tell you, even low layer count Damascus, if you don't have a power hammer and you're doing that all by hand, it's a ton of work. All right. Let's get back to it with a brand new edge. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, my thing is like, I know I could learn how to do a couple of good lanyard knots, but I just don't feel like it. I've already got enough going on. Charlie Johnson, what's up? How you doing? I will say, with the blade stock being just a little bit on the thick side, there's some added pressure to the cut. Taking a little bit of extra effort to push it through the cut, but it's not bad. Oh, God, if you're going to come in with the racist dumb fuckery, please come in with something original. Yeah, Damascus, me and Wilderness Bushcraft, Parker Lene, what's up? How you doing? Me and Wilderness Bushcraft tried to make a Damascus hammer, and I did one of everything wrong. Like, I didn't let it get hot enough to actually forge weld together in the center. Like, nothing. No, cardboard will tear an edge up. Now, if this does like our last piece of 35 VN, we should get about 3 hours out of it. We should get ourselves about 3 good hours out of it. Well, here's the thing. Like, we do these live streams weekly under normal circumstances. So we've done this with a lot of damn knives by now. Well, I tell you what, man, if I had a job like Choir Boys Outdoors does, I'd definitely be hard using these things and then coming back and telling you how they did. But when you work retail, you're not in a hard use environment. Pavle Petrovic, what's up? How you doing? I hope I pronounced that right. Might be Pavle. Hey, I pronounced it right. I try to pronounce them right when I see them. If you love knife testing and collecting, you're definitely in the right spot. We have been talking about knife collecting for a while. So I use diamond plates, and honestly, any tips that I have are go watch Outdoors 55 and let him teach you everything, because I only know a very little bit. Peterbot 1037, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, like I'm still trying to get decent at freehand sharpening. I'm not that good at it. But yeah, I tell you what, if I had a power hammer to my name, I would definitely be doing a lot more shit in the blacksmithing shop. And I would have been making a lot more Damascus. Yeah, freehand sharpening takes a lot of practice. And like when we're doing this kind of testing right here, I've got to make sure that I'm at 17 degrees and I'm doing the same laid back bevel that I'm doing for every knife, so that we got a fairly even playing field. I was wondering how long we got before someone came in with a dead relative. Let me guess, you're at her funeral now and you don't want to get caught watching a live stream? Yeah, that's so damn common. We had it on our bingo card. Ah, he's all right. Yeah, run into the storm. Grab your grandma's reboot card. Nice one, Zent. Fred the Lug, what's up? We got the Concept Motto right here, M-A-T-O. Yeah, we just sharpened her up, Fred. CPM S35VN. Stay away from Budget Kershaw. Stay away from Budget Gerber. Stay away from Camillus. Schrade, apparently you should stay away from. I haven't handled any Schrades in quite a while. Albatross is going to be kind of hit or miss. Some of their stuff is good, some of it isn't. Yes, what's up? How you doing? What else to avoid? Now, I can't attest to the veracity of this, but I've seen it in multiple places. If you buy a Microtech, you need to be the kind of guy that's willing to mail your knife in for a spa day whenever it gets dull, because if you sharpen it yourself, you void the warranty. The blade play is easy to fix. Yeah, Baron Son, that's definitely one to stay away from. Smith & Wesson, stay as far away from that as possible. Browning. Oh, nice. Yeah, I wouldn't have to sharpen my knives if I didn't do this with them. But this is part of the review. This is part of the review process and part of testing the knife out to see how it does. Yeah, Winchester, Browning, Smith & Wesson, those are all companies to stay well away from. Yeah, M-Tech, Master Collection, Tac Force. Yeah, I've heard Glock does a decent knife. Why is there a Baron Son coming my way? Why is there a Baron Son coming my way, George? Speaking of George, man, you seen Murph yet? Why would Damascus be half the price? But yeah, this is the CPM S35VN. Yeah, I'd love to see his reaction when he sees his POG collection again. Oh, the Cold Steel Code 4 is fantastic. Guru Cat, what's up? How you doing? Guru Cat, I appreciate the sub. Thank you for that. Tessa, what's up? How you doing? The AD-15, I gotta tell you, I'm not a fan of trying to operate the Scorpion Lock one-handed. Yeah, y'all definitely hit that like button for me if you would. I'd appreciate it. I'd love to see 100 likes before we gotta wrap the stream up. Mike Nolan, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm in the southeast. I am nowhere near NYCKS, unfortunately. Orion 220, I did not say hi to you. How you doing? Oh, I'm in Georgia, man. I'm right next to Blade Show Atlanta. Zint, I'm not paying myself $2 to play the sock game. Yeah, no, Vosteed's been killing it. Like the Vosteed fans, Jesus Christ, those guys are rabid. Which, last year at Blade Show, I dropped by the Vosteed table and picked up one of their prototypes where they were trying to work with a certain kind of resin to make the scales. And I showed them thermochromic resin because I want to see a knife sold with thermochromic scales on it to change color with the temperature. Yeah, you should try a Vosteed. I recommend the Raccoon Top Liner Lock. So good. We did the mini psyop, and that LMAX was some cool stuff. So my favorite knife, that's a tough call, but we're gonna go with the Devo Growler. If I could only carry one knife for the next like month and a half, 2 months, it would be the Growler. Matter of fact, let me take a minute and run and get it. I'm coming back. Don't leave me. Don't go. No. But no, if I could only carry one knife for like a month and a half, 2 months, that'd be this Devo Growler right here. Devo makes some really good shit, but they make it in small batches, and they sell out the second they drop. Like no bullshit, you got like 20 minutes to buy it when they drop or they're gone. Let's see, Vosteed, if memory serves, I've got the Vosteed Raccoon prototype, I've got the Raccoon top liner lock, and then I've got the mini psyop. Yeah, I've got a prototype for the, well, this is the production version, but I've also got a prototype of it, and I got a prototype of the Fireball, and I got a prototype of the Devo Growler XL, which I'm waiting on that to drop. And I love that Kevin is willing to sell his prototypes. Like, that makes me so damn happy. Oh, the U.S. and this part of the U.S. It's a really good place to live for being a knife guy. Like, if you're into knives and guns, this part of the United States that I live in is one of the best places you can be in. If I would have known about the Devo bit driver, I would have grabbed one. I don't remember whether or not I saw one on the table at Blade Show. I feel like if I did see one at Blade Show, I definitely had my hands on it, but it looks like you got a knack for getting prototypes too. Yeah, Fred the Lug gets it. Oh, speaking of prototypes, I actually heard from Gen Knives they're still working on getting my prototypes made. Well, they're just running into hiccups with producing their own knives and dealing with logistic stuff on their end, but they've still got that on their plate. Because, like, I hadn't heard anything about it in a long time, and then they finally popped up and they're like, yeah, we're running into some issues on our end right now with our production stuff. Kal-El, what's up? How you doing, man? But yeah, so yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, they're working on it right now. Like, I was hoping to have something in hand like by now or sometime soon, but it's just a waiting game. But I'm looking forward to having prototypes of the I Guess So in hand. Mason, what's up? We have got the Kansept Motto right here, M-A-T-O. CPM S35 VN on the blade. Yeah, and the nice thing is I scored it for 90% off, so this thing cost me 15 bucks. Let's see if we can get this one diced up while the edge is still nice. So, if you're familiar with Bees Blades, he was doing a live stream when Kansept had these on sale for 40% off. And Bees had a code for an additional 50% off for the first 4 people that got in and ordered them on Amazon, and I was lucky enough to snag one. And this was through Kansept's official Amazon page, so I wasn't buying from somewhere sketchy. Yeah, I was real lucky that I was moving that fast. Now let's see if we can get this jacked up cardboard cut up while the edge is still good. Did I mention I had the Devo Fireball prototype? So I got the Fireball prototype and the Fireball prototype. There we are. And the prototype's in a unique colorway that only I have now. Ah, Fook, we call that a high quality problem. Now y'all see how the cardboard is all wrinkled up right here? This is where it's been used and abused. If the knife isn't real sharp, it's going to have a very hard time cutting through that. So I'm trying to get this while the edge is still new. Yeah, we've hit the ASMR portion. Because yeah, like the Devo Fireball 1.5 just dropped. And I kind of had to sit there and watch that one come and go. Yeah, we're one like away from funny number. Man, it went quiet. What's everybody up to, man? What's happening, guys? Hi Toxins, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, man, we sharpened this about right about 40 minutes ago, I think. Yeah, right about 40 minutes ago, so it's still going strong right now. OJ, how you doing, man? We got the concept motto right here, that CPMS 35 VN. Ennis, what's up? How you doing, man? Brando, what's going on? How you doing, man? This is the concept motto right here. We've already nuked the factory edge. We're on a nice wide fat bevel here. JJ Hunting and Jesus, what's up? How you doing, man? Hey, as long as it cuts and does what you need it to, not too shabby, my dude. Military, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. You out here, Ennis? All right, Fook. We'll see you in a little bit again. All right, Wilderness. We'll see you later, man. Brando, we got CPM S35 VN on this bad boy. Yeah, it got real quiet and now we're in ASMR mode. Gaming Lab 9000, what's going on? How you doing? Major Smart, Major, don't know how to pronounce it, but we're doing edge retention testing. We're not making anything. We are looking to see how long we can do this before the edge of the knife is completely destroyed. Rupert Jameson, what's up? How you doing, man? Y'all do me a favor, hit that like button on your way in the door. I'd appreciate it. We're trying to see, trying to get 100 likes. I really appreciate seeing that. been going good so far, Gaming Lab? Yo, Llamas, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing a full stream, man. I took some time off work. I don't got to be back in there for a few days, so we're getting a good stream or two in. Aww. I don't know enough about the difference between OS 8 and OS 8A to really offer a whole lot of wisdom on it. I mean, if the price is right on it, I could go wrong. We may still have some guys in the chat that know more than I do, but I got a feeling everybody that was here keeping things active for a while has moved on. Which I wish they were still here. We were having some good conversations. Anonymous Knives, what's up? How you doing, man? It's going pretty good. Doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. It's going good, man. It's going good. Yeah, it has been a minute. It has been a minute. You know, Anonymous, that would sound ridiculous if I hadn't lived the life that I'd lived and had shit like that happen to me. But please explain how events in your life led up to that happening. This one is not going to enjoy being cut up. Kathy Woodhouse, what's up? How you doing? Tegan, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Philip Hall, what's up? How you doing, man? All right. We are at the 1 hour mark. Let's clean this blade up and let's see how sharp we still are. Tegan, we have got the Concept Motto right here, MATO, and we got CPM S35VN. Okay. I can't say anything like directly analogous has happened, but there was this one time, me and a buddy of mine, well, near my house, we had a miniature golf course that got abandoned. So every once in a while, we'd walk on the course and go through all the grass and shit around the course and golf balls just to kind of bounce around and throw when we were walking through the neighborhood. And I take a buddy of mine there, and he decides to go check the building out, which I hadn't done. I wanted to stay away from the building and basically away from the road where you could see the building. And he decided he wanted to break in, and me being a little bit too much of a lightweight for shit like that, I'm like, no, let's just go home. We have golf balls, let's leave. So he decides to look in the tool shed and finds a wood splitter. He takes the mall side of it and breaks the door down, right? And that was its own bullshit. But we kind of made it one of our hangout spots. We go in there and we just kind of hang out and take stuff from the that was left behind when they abandoned the course. And so at one point, like, we drop by there every few days when we got bored. And one day we go in there and there's all the spray paint and stuff in the building had been sprayed all over the doors, and we were saving that for our own uses when we figured out what we wanted to do with it, just to make it worth carrying it all back home from there. And these kids had found it and decided to turn it into their clubhouse, and basically made it very obvious from the road that the place is being fucked with. So I looked at my buddy. I'm like, this is the last time we're dropping by here. So I go back out to the tool room. I grab an axe. I start hacking away at the HVAC, the giant pipes on the ceiling. I start hitting those with the axe. I'm like tearing shit up, and walk outside and start trying to chop down part of the volcano. And then I see a guy standing there watching us. So we like snuck away and left the kids to their own devices. And dude starts yelling at us a little bit later. And I managed to play it off. I was like, hey, we're looking for my girlfriend's book bag. She ran away from home and left it here. You didn't happen to find it, did you? And he's like, yeah, I found one, but it had been burned. I was like, ah, fuck. All right, that's all I needed. And he's like, all right, don't come back here again. Like getting chased by random people like that, nah, stuff like that didn't happen that often. It was me just getting into dumb shit and stuff happening because of the dumb shit. Toes Trucking, what's up? How you doing, man? All right, take it and have a good one, man. Yeah, things have slowed down and gotten real quiet in here. Well, I'm not sure there's a lot the police can do to prove that something actually happened, especially when it becomes a he said, she said situation once they go back there and try to investigate. Yeah, but still, I don't think there's a lot they can do about that. That's all good, Toes. I think we all been kind of busy. Yeah, I know my lives being switched early in the day instead of at night has been making it harder for a lot up, but this is when I can do them. You know, this is when I can do them now. I'm opening at work, so I'm awake from 2 a.m. to early afternoon instead of awake at 2 p.m. and awake till 3 or 4 in the morning. Oh boy, let me tell you. Now the question is, should we pick this up on a live stream tomorrow? Nah, you're okay, Toes. Like I'm weighing my options whether or not to just pick this back up tomorrow or try to finish it today, but I don't have a lot more gas left in the tank. We've been going for damn near 4 hours. I hate these streams are so much shorter than they used to be, but God, I get tired so much easier. Let me stick my head in the garage real quick and take a look at what I got to work with in there. I'll be right back.
Garage door.
Yeah, guys, I think we're gonna go in the garage and make some beads. Is what we're gonna do. Try to break this up a little bit. Let me get some shoes on here. Okay. Let's go out to the garage. Let's go out to the garagey. Yeah, I don't remember anything standing out. Hey, Wooden Nader, what's going on? How you doing, man? I don't remember anything particular with OS 8 being significantly softer than or OS 8A. See you later, Toes. All right, we're gonna get some glow in the dark stuff cut up and turned down. Right after we do an alien egg in pink. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do, guys. Okay. No religion here. You're in the wrong goddamn place for that shit. No religion. All right. This one's going to be a bear. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Go and get some fresh wax on this. I don't know. Is there like a Google search that can tell you why stuff like that would be annealed? Yeah, and I mean, cold steel's known to do stuff focusing on it being tough before anything else, so that wouldn't surprise me. Or like they may be thinking in terms of batoning and things like that. Yeah. Oh, this one came out good. Give me a second, guys. I had a rag that I kept right here that is over here. I found it. All right. Let's get some superb glue on this. All right, brass rod of judgment time. Yeah, so that's what we got out of that. Okay, now I'll be damned if that ain't ear shattering. Wade Powell, what's going on? How you doing? I will say, if you're going to make scales, especially out of something like black walnut, you're going to need to cut that down or cut your scales up and then put them in a bag, like leave them exceedingly thick. Like double the thickness that you think you're going to need. Put them in a paper bag, staple the top shut, and let them sit and dry for about a year. And then deal with the warping and cracking, and then you'll be ready to go. Like your best bet for making knife scales is going to be buying stuff that's already dried and ready to go. Yeah, like you're gonna want to get your stuff already ready to go, unless you know how to handle drying wood out, especially stuff like walnut and things of that nature. Okay. Okay, yeah, then you're good to go on that. Now, that being said, as visually unimpressive as walnut can be, hopefully you got some good grain figure in there and some good chatoyance. It's like the walnut will pick up some good chatoyance and some good shine, especially when you finish it and polish it. It can look great, but it can also look very, very boring and unimpressive. Oh yeah, the Fenwolf's got a good reputation. Yeah, I hope that black walnut does good by you, man, because it's some cool stuff. Like I said, you get some good figure and good chatoyance on it, it can look amazing. Your walnuts can look amazing with just some good figure and good chatoyance. Something I will say is if you're making stuff like knives with such a small area to show the wood off, try to cut some wood from around crotches and stuff where branches are growing out, and try to get that root ball dug up and cut that up. I think High Polymer Duck, yes, we got the Krakatoa in. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't like it enough to carry it. I don't like it enough to carry it, so it's going to wind up just being used for Cardboard Slayer. But I think you're looking at like 1 to 3% moisture in the wood. I think you're looking at 1 to 3% moisture in the wood. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong, but I think that's what you're shooting for. Like I said, it's basically a year of cure time per inch, and I'm not sure what it is for a kiln, but it's more than you think. Trust me, keep an eye out for the video on the Krakatoa coming soon, because I'm going to be honest, I do not like that Krakatoa. There's too many things wrong with it to make it a daily user for me personally. Come on. I'm not too worried about selling it. Not super worried, but maybe. Either that or I'll kick it over to Wilderness Bushcraft to throw up on Whatnot. But yeah, if you can get the root ball dug up and get that cut into slabs for knife scales and stuff like that, you can get some insane figure out of it. I think my dad uses just kind of basic spray paint. I don't know if there's for that. We are working with some tabletop epoxy resin. I'm making lanyard beads for knives. Well, knives and whatever else you'd want a lanyard bead for. This is epoxy resin. It's glow in the dark, a green and orange mix. I'm trying to get some stuff put together for, again, I got a buddy of mine that sells this stuff on Whatnot. So trying to get it set up where he's got some stuff to sell. He's got a whole bunch of them now, but when those sell down, he's going to need more. God, I wish he was in here right now. It's like Michael C0101 on Whatnot. He sells them on Whatnot live streams. Because, like, personally, I am not very reliable about shipping stuff out, even if there's money on the line. Like, I've got stuff I need to ship out to a couple of guys now that's been sitting here for weeks waiting to go. So I let him take care of it, and then we split the profits. Yeah, I like Nitro V. That stuff, Nitro V held up really well during Cardboard Slayer. Yeah, like I like making these, but I'm also trying to, like, I'm trying to turn YouTube into a side hustle. And like, if you were here earlier, you would see us doing, you would have seen us doing edge retention testing on a knife, which is the normal part of the channel. This right here is kind of a little bonus that I do. Like, I got tired of cutting up cardboard and I just couldn't keep going, so we're doing this for a little while. Okay. Okay. Oh, I got you, Wade. Yeah, this is just kind of a bonus that we've been doing. It glows in the dark. Let's get to the polishing, the slow part. Paper, give me $5. Thanks for the free money, Mysterious Bed Thoughts. Good old rock. Nothing beats rock, except paper. Maison, what's up? How you doing, man? Maison, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Yeah, $33 is hard to beat on the Fenwolf, dude. Well, I'll tell you what, man. If I wasn't overloaded to the gills on knives that I have yet to review, I'd definitely be taking a serious look at that Fenwolf for $33. Mizan, we were doing the concept motto, M-A-T-O. I took a break from that, so we'll either come back to it a little bit later today or tomorrow morning. Yeah, I believe the Fenwolf is a Scandi. Oh man, I hate this part. All right, Maison, have a good one, man. We'll see you later. This is my least favorite part of doing this, is just how long it takes to polish one of these. It's so damn slow. Yeah, I know. Like I said, if I wasn't overloaded on stuff that I got to review already, I would have been taking a hard look at that. I think at one point I almost got to Finn Wolf, and then something else grabbed my attention. I believe these white sage beads glow in the dark. I need to turn those down. Yeah, they do. Okay, you guys, I'm about to burn the hell out of my nose. Yeah, like I said, I'm not super worried about it, Brando, but one day. All right, guys, we're at 86 likes, man. Let's hit that like button and try to get up over 100. Let's try to get up over 100 likes. Please and thank you. There won't be a lot to see with the brass rod of judgment on this one. Israel Molina, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I got the 704 gear coming up at some point here. I said, not much to see with the brass rod of judgment on that one. It just glows in the dark. All right, guys, let's burn the hell out of my sinuses. gonna do this. Okay, where'd I put my pliers? There they are. Robbie Robertson, what's going on? How you doing? Okay. That part's good. We're at 90 likes. We got 10 more to go, you guys. We got 10 more to go. Is that Arp Nim? What's going on? How you doing? Man, that's a faint glow in the dark. I wish I wasn't having such a hard time getting the opacity that I need out of glow in the dark stuff to look right. But that's what white sage looks like in glow in the dark resin. It's basically a portable smudge. Yeah, which maybe those will get some attention, maybe not. I hope they do, because I like the idea. Oh. Well, here we are fixing fuck ups. Yeah, if you gotta save up, go for a code 4 instead. Yeah, if you gotta save up, do the code 4 instead. Ian, what's up, man? We are making some beads. Yeah, the Code 4, like I've got the 4 Max Scout. I know the Code 4 is way better than the 4 Max Scout in literally every possible way. I said, if you got to save up, just get the Code 4 instead of the 4 Max. Like the 4 Max Scout's really cheap. That's what it's got going for it, is you get a hell of a lot of knife for your money, but the Code 4 is so much better. Yeah, I'm not sure how the 4 Max Elite stacks up against anything. Yeah, just more of the white sage. I tell you what, I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes and I'm gonna cut this stream so I can go lay back down. I am still very tired. I haven't fully recovered from last week at work, I'm not gonna lie. But things have slowed down enough that I think it's a good point to cut, a good place to cut it off. Yes, I think the code 4 is S35VN with aluminum scales. Have a good one, High Palmer Doug. Yeah, I'll go ahead and cut this off, you guys, and we should be picking this back up again tomorrow morning if we don't pick it back up later tonight if I get restless. So y'all have a good one. I will see you the next time we stream.